Good morning, Caesar. Can we get a video and mic check whenever you're ready, please?
No, it's not even this chair.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect. Thank you. We can see and hear you clearly. And Francis Kung,
Great,
can
thank
we
you.
get a video and mic check when you're ready, please?
Sorry?
No, sorry. You can mute your microphone. Thanks, Caesar. We can hear you clearly.
Thank you.
Hi there, good morning.
Perfect. Thank you. We can see and hear you clearly.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, we're good. Okay, we're recording.
Good morning and welcome. My name is Sarah Gelgor and I'm the chair of the Compliance Audit Committee. I am joined today by my fellow committee members, Lawrence D'Souza and Ramin Faraji. The committee administrator has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'll now call the meeting to order, and this is meeting 4 of the Compliance Audit Committee. Today's meeting is being held with committee members, city staff, and parties participating both by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. City Hall is open to the public and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting at City Hall today. The public may continue to participate electronically by video conference. This meeting is also being live streamed online at www.youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. I'd like to ask everyone to please keep your microphones on mute unless you are speaking. Members, please ensure that your video is turned on at all times. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to ask questions or speak. When voting, members, please raise your hand in front of your camera to indicate your vote. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the Compliance Audit Committee acknowledges the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas. Members, are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic to let me know. All right, seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes of the meeting on July 19th, 2023 from one of my members, please? Member D'Souza? Thank you. All in favor? Please raise your hand. Thank you. All right, the motion carries. I'll now outline the procedure and the format of the committee meeting. We have 4 items on the agenda, which are 4 compliance audit applications. Before we proceed, or before we consider the applications, I'll outline the procedure and format for considering them. The 4 applications to consider today are Item EA 4.1, Compliance Audit Application by Marjolaine Winterink for the election campaign finances of Alejandra Bravo. Item EA 4.2, Compliance Audit Application by Marjolaine Winterink for the election campaign finances of Asuma Malik. Item EA 4.3, compliance audit application by Peter George for the election campaign finances of Asuma Malik. And item EA 4.4, compliance audit application by Francis Kung for the election campaign finances of Francis Nunziata. An applicant, candidate, or their agent who has registered with the clerk may speak to these items. The applicant and candidate will be given sufficient time to address the application. I would ask, however, for anybody coming forward with submissions that you present your material and information as succinctly as possible and really focus in on the facts and key points that you'd like the committee to consider. For each application, we will hear from speakers in this order. First, the applicant or their agent, followed by the candidate or their agent. If you wish to speak and have not already registered your intention to do so, please email the clerk staff now at complianceaudit, one word, @toronto.ca. Speakers are asked to confine their comments to the compliance audit application item being considered. After each speaker, Compliance Audit Committee members will have an opportunity to ask questions. Members may ask questions of city officials to obtain information relating to the matter under discussion. If the committee decides it needs to meet in closed session to deliberate in private, I will move a motion to close the meeting, at which point members of the public and media will be moved into the WebEx lobby or outside of this room if you're here today, and readmitted once the committee resumes in public session. We may do this multiple times this meeting, as we will consider each application separately. For each item, after we have completed our closed session deliberation, we will resume in public and the committee will make its decision at that time. Are there, whoops. Okay. I do have a preliminary motion before me, and that is to consider items 4.2 and 4.3 at the same time. Before I do that, I'm going to ask for the consent of the parties. Could the applicants for items 4.2 and 4.3 and the respondent or their representative come forward to indicate if you would consent to having items 4.2 and 4.3 heard at the same time? Do we have representatives present?
Sorry, it's Asma Malik, and yes, I'm agreeable to that. Thank you.
Thank you. And what about the applicants? Do we have the applicants here? Yes. Yes? And is there? Yes, I agree. All right, excellent. Thank you very much. I'm turning to City Clerk. Do I need a motion for this?
I think you've got the agreements.
Okay. I do have the agreement. I'm looking at my esteemed counsel. Okay. Therefore, we will hear these two matters at the same time in accordance with subsection 9.1, sub 1, sub B of the Statutory Powers Procedure Act. Each applicant will speak, and the respondent will then be able to respond. Thank you. All right. Then we are going to proceed with our first application. So EA 4.1, Compliance Audit Application by Marjolaine Wintering for the election campaign finances of Alejandra Bravo. Are there any preliminary requests on this matter from any of the parties before going into your submission? All right, seeing none, we are going to proceed. The applicant and the candidate will now be given the opportunity to speak. They'll each be given sufficient time to address the application. As noted previously, kindly confine your remarks to the compliance audit application before us. And we have, are you Marjolaine Wintering?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Kindly begin your presentation.
Committee members, I appreciate the opportunity for community members like myself to participate in this process and to help ensure transparency in our elections, and specifically to provide additional clarity to my request. I also appreciate the submission provided by the Bravo campaign in response to my compliance audit request. To set the record straight, I'm not questioning whether the salaried fundraising service independent contractor is a legitimate fundraising expense, and that is not subject to the general spending limit. If the entirety of the $11,640.64 spent on this line item were indeed verified as legitimate fundraising expenses, then that satisfies my concern. However, I would submit to the committee that for a number of reasons, I am not confident that the fundraising contractor worked on the campaign exclusively for fundraising purposes. The fundraising contract submitted by the Bravo campaign suggests that the contractor worked 24 hours between August and September, 32 hours between September 1st and September 15th, and 44 hours between September 16th and October 30th. However, based on the financial statement, it shows that the contractor is, in a limited amount of time, raised about $32,000 in August, $28,000 in September, and $22,000 in October. All of these totals are not inclusive of donations less than $100. The more hours worked, the less the contractor raised. I'm concerned that the requirement to work 44 hours between September 16th and October 38th correlates to increased campaign activity as the campaign approached Election Day, and that the contractor was assigned campaign duties not related to fundraising. Based on a cursory review of social media, an individual who I believe is a fundraising contractor appeared to be undertaking duties related to signs as well as handing out campaign literature outside a TTC station. Furthermore, the spending by the Bravo campaign on a fundraising contractor is an outlier among current city councilors. The average spent during the 2022 campaign by current city councilors on expenses related to fundraising events or activities was just over $4,000. Of the 5 councilors who paid individuals to work as fundraisers, the average spent was close to $5,400. To further illustrate, here are the approximate amounts reported with respect to costs for a fundraising contractor or similar role. Gord Perks, $1,000. James Pasternak, $800. Anthony Pruzza, $5,500. Alejandro Bravo, $11,600, the highest of the 5 councilors, and Osma Malik, $8,000. If any part of the $11,640.64 should be adjusted and reassigned to the general spending limit, this would potentially put Councilor Bravo's campaign at risk of spending over the general spending limit. The campaign reports $60,900, sorry, I'm bad with numbers reading this. So 69770.03 of expenses subjected to the general spending limit of $72,532.50. As the auditor's report states, the completeness of the various categories of income and expenses is not susceptible to satisfactory audit verification. Accordingly, our verification of income and expenses was limited to the amounts recorded in the records of Alejandro Bravo, and we were not able to determine whether any adjustments might be necessary to income, expenses, and surplus deficit. I'm requesting a compliance audit because based on the limited information available, I don't know if the Bravo campaign violated the Municipal Elections Act, but there's an apparent risk that the campaign may have. Again, I'm concerned that the fundraising contractor undertook duties not related to fundraising and with only limited information available. I strongly believe there's enough unanswered questions to merit a compliance audit to ensure that the Bravo campaign did not exceed the general spending limit. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Committee members, do either of you have any questions of the applicant?
I don't.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any questions either. Is Alejandro Bravo here? Oh.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. I'll just be speaking briefly, and then I'll pass it on to my agents. I ran for City Council in Davenport, Ward 9, and I respectfully request that this committee reject this request for a compliance audit for three fundamental reasons. Number one, there's no specific claim of violation under the Act. The Act is very clear about the fact that we are able to spend money on fundraising, and I think that that's important. Number two, flowing through that, there's no evidence of a violation under the Act. And number three, had the applicant brought this in the full seriousness of a concern of a violation, the applicant might have known that 3 election cycles ago, this very committee adjudicated this question in another matter. And before I hand off the microphone, so to speak, I just wanted to say that the amounts that you heard about compare myself and the other candidate, Asma Malik, to incumbent councillors. To be able to raise the amounts that we were able to raise, not being an incumbent, was a lot more effort. And I think that the exclusion of amounts under $100 point to the fact that we had to raise funds from people who had fewer resources, so required more follow-up and more effort, and therefore more outreach and engagement in the democratic process. And I think that it's also crucial to remember that this is completely allowable activity, and that we had, as I assume, comparatively, a significant number of individual donors. Thank you for the time that you've allowed me to speak, and I'd be happy to answer questions, but I'll first pass it on to my colleagues here.
Hi, I'm Andrew Rohde. I work with Chaplin & Co. Chartered Accountants, the auditors of the Campaign Canada Form 4. And I just wanted to speak to the contracts for fundraisers. I've reviewed them. They meet the test for what a fundraising expense or activity is. I can't speak to what happened during the campaign. I can speak to the contract, and it fits what would be categorized as a fundraising activity without question. I've audited many returns, and I've seen quite a diversity of fundraising activity expense recognition. The applicant mentioned that Peruzza and a few other candidates had very low fundraising activity expenses. I've seen hundreds, and there's just quite a diversity depending on the nature of the campaign, the nature of the fight. I've seen $67,000 fundraiser expenses on municipal campaigns, non-mayoral, that met the test. They hired a third-party fundraising agency to do it. So in this context, I think that it certainly meets the standard of what a fundraising activity is, and really the application has no merit and should be rejected. Both applications.
Thank you. And do we have further submissions? No. All right. Thank you. Members, do you have any questions of any of the sort of respondents?
No, I don't have.
No. Okay. Nor do I. So at this time, thank you for your fulsome submission, everybody. We appreciate it. The committee at this time will be going into closed session, and I'm bringing a motion to move into closed session. Fellow members, if we could vote. Raise your hand. Thank you. And here's the motion that the Compliance Audit Committee recess its public session to meet in closed session to deliberate in private on item EA 4.1 compliance audit application by Marjolaine Winter Inc. for the election campaign finances of Alejandra Bravo, and to receive advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. Okay, and the motion carries. I will ask the clerk to temporarily close the meeting to members of the public and to only provide access to members and appropriate staff for the closed session portion of this meeting. In addition, the YouTube live stream will be suspended until the closed session is over. Members, I would remind you to arrange your surroundings so that no other person observes any part of the closed session debate.
Hello, everyone. This is the committee administrator from the city clerk's office. I'm going to read a statement.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We have completed our closed session deliberations, and I will now turn it over to Member Faraci to speak to the application.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll wait for the prompt to be displayed, the decision. Sorry, to the city staff, can I ask the motion for it to be displayed and shared?
They're just working on it. It's on its way.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Good morning. The Compliance Audit Committee rejects the application for the compliance audit of the election campaign finance of Alejandra Bravo for the following reasons stated below and will be posted online and reflected in the minutes.
Thank you. If we can take that down so that we can view. All right. And if we may have a vote, please. All in favor of the motion? And the motion carries. Thank you very much. We're going to move to our next item. And as indicated when we commence today, we're going to hear the two applications together. And so we're going to start with the applicant for item EA 4.2. We will then hear from the applicant for item EA 4.3. And then we'll have an opportunity to hear from the respondent to both applications. I think we... all right. Are there any preliminary requests from the parties for item EA 4.2, which is compliance audit application by Marjolaine Wintering for the election campaign finances of Asma Malik? And otherwise, the applicant and the candidate will now be given the opportunity to speak. They will each be given sufficient time to address the application, and we'd ask that you please confine your remarks to the compliance audit application before us. Would Marjolaine Winterling please begin your presentation?
Yes, in the response from Councillor Malik, there wasn't that much information, so I'm concerned about the transparency of it all. I have no doubt that it's okay to spend money on campaign fundraising. However, it's important that details be in it. Councillor Bravo did submit more details than Asma Malik did, and that's my concern. Again, the excessive amount of fundraising spent for a sitting councillor has me curious. So that's my brief presentation today. I wish there could have been more.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the applicant from members of the committee? No? All right. Thank you. And as suggested, we're now going to hear from the applicant for item EA 4.3. Is Peter George? All right. If you can proceed to provide your submission, please. Good morning.
In hearing the application. As full disclosure, I was a candidate in Ward 10, obviously not successful. I, like others, have a filing obligation to give to the city through the Municipal Act. There's no doubt in my mind that through the Municipal Act, fundraising, third-party fundraising, and salaries are permissible. A few comments. Out of the current elected group of 25, 6 declared nil in terms of fundraising expenses. 15 had expenses outside of the general spending limit, but did not include any fundraising. 4 candidates and existing councillors had expenses and disclosed, but without names. John Tory, who ran for mayor, a breakdown of the statistics. John Tory raised $2,016,000, 598. Had expense, fundraising expense, third-party expense, who did not disclose a name, of $11,300, which is 56 basis points of total funds raised. Councillor Gord Perks raised $67,000, $939.60, had $1,000 in third-party expenses. He labeled his expense as independent contractor and did not disclose, which is 1.47% of total funds raised. Alejandro Bravo raised $102,681.45, had a third-party campaign expenditure of $11,640.64%, which represents 11.3% of total funds raised and did not include any names. Candidate Malik raised $105,000, $944.11, with a third-party salaried expense without disclosure of $7,950, which is 7.5%. Lastly, Councillor Mosey, who was not an incumbent, raised $91,695.25, a named expense for fundraising, but not the company, of $1,000, which represents 1.09% of total funds raised. The delta between the two candidates of Bravo and Malik spent 7.5 and 11%, almost 10 with Councillor Bravo, almost 10 times the norm, and candidate Malik, 7.5%. Just for illustration purposes only, I also looked at first candidate, second candidate, and third place candidate to have a fair and balanced representation of all candidates across the board. For Mayor, Gil Pinette, I can't pronounce his last name, I apologize, raised $315,000, 364, who had zero expense. Councillor incumbent Morley, candidate Morley, I should say, raised $75,000, first-time candidate, $75,478, had disclosed fees of merchant bank expenses only of $1,736. There's other examples to go through, but I'm not going to give the detail to the committee. The purpose of my application is simply, as others have mentioned, the transparency. Labeling an expense of independent contractor salaries without disclosing the names it's a black hole, and it's an opportunity to obfuscate if there are expenses that aren't deemed necessary. The request, and I acknowledge and realize that through the Municipal Act, you are allowed third-party expenses, fundraising expenses. I don't know, I printed this out. I wanted to give it or show it. Councillor Bradford is probably the best at disclosure in his expenses. He itemizes every one of his single expenses, names it, and submits it in his report. The request before the committee today is for a breakdown of the declared third-party expenses, who they paid, and the amounts that they paid. A breakdown as all, again, I looked at 75 candidates, all elected councillors, new or incumbent, and the mayoral election for a total of 78. All but those four names mentioned. Again, for fear of repeating myself, Councillor Perks, candidate Bravo, Malik, and candidate Mosey did not disclose where and how that money was allocated. Again, it's about transparency, honesty. There's a reason why this is in the Municipal Act. The reason is so anybody, whether you're a failed candidate or not, can go and research and see how the money was spent, number one, especially if you contribute to the city rebate program as well. So there's a duty of care, especially once you are elected, that is supersedes a failed candidate as well. But even failed candidates, myself included, gave a full breakdown of all expenses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. George. I have one question for you, if
Sure.
I may, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues on the committee. So as you know, this committee's jurisdiction is quite narrow. And the only thing that we can look at is whether or not there has been a violation of the act. So are you suggesting that the legislation has been breached? And if so, can you focus in on specifically what is offside?
So yes and yes, to make it short and sweet. Yes, I believe it has, through the expense of $7,950, but I can't answer your question because it's not disclosed of what that expense was. There's no receipt, there's no name kit, there's no named expense, there's no named party, there's no named employee, there's no information. So naturally, it just leads one to think, what is the expense? Again, all the other candidates, elected and not elected, disclosed the name, disclosed the company, with the exception of the aforementioned, disclosed who and where, the amount, and where the money went.
Okay.
This return submitted does not disclose any of that information. Okay. So therefore, I do believe that it is not to be considered as a third-party expense. It should fall under the general spending limit in the absence of the information.
That's helpful. Thank you. I'm going to provide an opportunity for my fellow committee members to ask any questions if they have any. Go ahead, Member D'Souza.
Yeah, I have a question for you. How much did you spend on fundraising, and what's the percentage it works out to?
I fundraise, don't totally quote me on these numbers. I believe I raised $62,000 for my candidacy, and I had nil expenses as well. I declared nil expenses. It was me picking up the phone call and calling. I'm looking at the screen, but I don't know if I'm looking at you, so I apologize. I had raised $62,000, and I didn't have any third-party expense campaign. You know, just using, you know, Amber Morley as the counselor, current counselor Amber Morley, $75,000. She had also nil expenses, first-time candidate, and defeated an incumbent counselor.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
Oh, and sorry, her expenses were $1,736.26, and she named the expense. It was for merchant bank fees. So she gave a breakdown of the company, the amount, and who it was.
Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? All right.
May I submit this? Just as an example?
Wants to submit something? To whom? Oh, you can email it to the compliance audit box.
All set?
Or alternatively, what you can do is provide it to city staff. They can scan it and share it with us, but they'll need a moment to do that.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, and we'll now move to hear from the respondent, please. Asma Malik, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much to the committee for your time and for your care on these matters that are in front of us. My name is Asma Malik, and my pronouns are she, her. And this morning, I want to be able to, first of all, just share what an honor it is that my communities, the communities in Spadina, Fort York, chose me to be their representative in the election this past October. As you know, as you likely know, Spadina, Fort York is one of the most vast and fastest growing wards in the city. There were some folks who had done an analysis of the wards, and it is one of the wards that has the most front doors of any electoral district in the country. And that is something incredible. And the importance of, strengthening our democratic institutions and running is to be able to reach as many people as possible, and make sure that they feel connected to our election process and, of course, to our decision-making here at City Hall. In advance of this meeting, I did circulate a letter with some additional attachments, which I know has been shared with members of the committee, and thank you for reviewing that and taking that into your considerations. I guess I just want to draw attention to 3 points that were raised in that letter. I guess the first piece is just around the clarity of the expense. The expense clearly states the details of what that particular line item was dedicated to, and was closely reviewed by Chaplin and Co. LLP chartered professional accountants who have performed hundreds of municipal campaign audits and determined the expense to be correctly classified as a fundraising activity expense. And number two, and what has been also mentioned here today, is that in 2011, the City of Toronto Election Compliance Audit Committee rejected an application with a similar set of rationale, and the supporting documents on that ruling are also part of my submission that was circulated in advance. And finally, as per the 2022 campaign expense and what was submitted, a contractor was paid to provide fundraising services exclusively. This cost is correctly accounted for as a fundraising activity. And given these reasons, Section 92(1)A, more specifically Section 88.20(6) of the MEA, has not been contravened from everything that we have put forward, and would request that the committee reject both the applications accordingly. I will turn it over to Andrew Rohde to speak a little bit more on the item, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello again. I just wanted to, again, speak to the agreement, the contract documentation provided for audit, and it met the test of being a fundraising activity per the Municipal Elections Act. I would also like to say that, this application is remarkably similar to the Marjolaine Winter Inc. application, which was recently rejected moments ago. And, for that reason alone, just the similarities, I would make a conclusion that on those same reasons that the committee made for rejecting that application, they should reject the same application. Also, the applicant mentioned that there's some defect in Form 4 where a contractor's name should be published on Form 4. I've done hundreds of these Form 4s, and I would say that he is correct, but that is something he should take up with the governing body that regulates Form 4, that if a contractor's name is required to be published, then they should stipulate in the act or the guides or whatever for that accordingly. So there's no contravention of even a guideline, let alone a provision of the act in that context. Let me see, is there anything else? Basically, again, I just wanted to reinforce the fact that some campaigns, knowing that they're going to be good, successful, I think they hire fundraising professionals to assist them so that they can focus on the campaigning part, getting out and doing what they need to do. And I've seen many that don't do this. It's really a choice of a candidate's approach to how they run their campaign, and that's all I have to say on this. Okay.
Thank you. I do have one question for you both, and either can answer it. So you've referenced the preceding application and suggested that that this application is similar. One distinction, however, is that for the preceding application, the respondent actually submitted the contract in her response. Do you have the receipt? And if so, why wasn't that submitted? That probably would have clarified a lot of the questions that the applicants have.
Okay, I can answer that.
Thank you.
We just took it from the perspective of, does the audit itself have any merit? We do this as our professional, as our profession. We've done hundreds, and we wanted to see if, the foundation of the audit, the substance of the audit, carries with it a professional standing. So if you wanted a copy of it, you could ask for it and we could provide it. So we would, basically it was just a question as to whether you wanted it or not. It's completely available to you. If you want to review it, by all means, take the time, review it. It's available. Absolutely.
Okay.
So there's no particular reason. We just thought,
Understood. Okay.
it's been audited like hundreds of others. If you wanted to review that and any other document, it's available.
Okay, so what
Nothing
I'm
withheld.
hearing is that there is a contract or a receipt for these services.
Yeah, so the contract's here, no
Okay.
problem. Yep.
Thank you.
Clerk, if that's something that you'd like.
You know what, before we do that, I'm going to allow my fellow committee members to pose any questions if they have any.
No, I don't have any questions.
No. No, I don't, I don't think we need a copy of it. I'm looking to. Okay. So the guidance I'm receiving is if you wish to have that as part of the public record, you are welcome to submit it. But I'm not asking for it.
Fair enough.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for
All right, so at this time, I'm going to bring forward a motion to move into closed session. Everyone in favor? Sorry, I'm jumping the gun. I'm making this up as I go along. Sorry, folks. All right, we have the motion on the screen, and the motion is that the Compliance Audit Committee recess its public session to meet in closed session to deliberate in private and to consider item EA 4.2, compliance audit application by Marjolaine Winter, Inc. for the election campaign finances of Ozma Malik, and item EA 4.3, compliance audit application by Peter George for the election campaign finances of Ozma Malik, and to receive advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. Thank you. And now may I have a vote, please? All in favor, raise your hands. Thank you, and the motion carries. At this time, I would request that the clerk temporarily close the meeting to members of the public and only provide access to members and appropriate staff for the closed session portion of this meeting. In addition, the YouTube live stream will be suspended until the closed session is over. Members, I'd also remind you to arrange your surroundings so that no other person observes any part of the closed session debate.
Hello, everyone. This is the committee administrator from the city clerk's office. I'm going to read a statement for those that are connected remotely via WebEx. The committee is now going to move into closed session. We will first suspend the live portion of the WebEx live stream. We will then place anyone that is not needed for the closed session into a video conference waiting room. You will not be able to see or hear the video conference until the committee resumes an open session. Please do not disconnect or leave the WebEx meeting. You will be automatically readmitted to the video conference once the committee resumes an open session. If you become disconnected from the WebEx meeting while in the waiting room, please reconnect using the same meeting connection details that were provided to you earlier, or you can email the city clerk's office at complianceaudit@toronto.ca, and we will work with you to reestablish your connection. The WebEx recording has been suspended. We are now moving individuals into the waiting room, and just a reminder to anyone in the committee room at City Hall who is not needed for the closed session to please exit the room. Members, please do not begin any discussion until we advise you. Thank you.
not going to open that item up until we come back. All right, thanks for your patience, everybody. We have completed our closed session deliberations, and I would now ask Member D'Souza to speak to the two applications, please. Oh, we'll just give. Sorry, there's a delay on the YouTube. All good, all good. We'll give you a moment to take some seats. Okay. Thank you. So Member D'Souza is going to speak to the motions, and they should be displayed on the screen at this time.
The committee has made decisions on both the applications, EA 4.2 and EA 4.3. First, the application EA 4.2. The Compliance Audit Committee rejects the application for a compliance audit of the election campaign finances of Osmo Malik for the reasons listed below. The decision will be posted online soon.
And then we're just going to bring the next one up. Do you want to vote on that one first? Oh, I apologize. Yes, I'm being reminded. If members could vote on it in favor of the motion. Thank you. The motion passes. And now moving to item EA 4.3. And again, Member D'Souza will speak to that item.
Application EA 4.3, the Compliance Audit Committee rejects the application for a compliance audit of the election campaign finances of Osmo Malik for the reasons listed below. The decision will be posted online soon.
Okay, thank you. And if we might have a vote on that motion, please. All in favor? Raise your hand, and that motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you to the respondents and the applicants. Okay, we can do it now? Okay. All right, and at this time, before we move on to item EA 4.4, we have received some supplementary material, and I'm going to call a short 10-minute recess to provide committee members an opportunity to review those materials. And so the motion is that the Compliance Audit Committee recess for 10 minutes. It is currently 11:30, and we will come back 11:40 Eastern Standard Time. If I can have a vote on that, please. All in favor of the recess for 10 minutes? Thank you. The motion carries. And we will resume in 10 minutes. Thank you. right, we are back in session. Thank you for your patience. Our last item is item EA 4.4, Compliance Audit Application by Francis Kung for the election campaign finances of Francis Nunziata. Are there any preliminary requests from the parties? All right, seeing none, the applicant and the candidate will now be given the opportunity to speak. They will each be given sufficient time to address the application. Please keep your remarks to the compliance audit application before us. I believe we do have Francis Kung on WebEx, and so please proceed with your submissions.
Thank you very much to the chair and to the committee for allowing me to speak. And thank you for your consideration of this application. This application does have a few different sections, so I'm going to try to move through this relatively quickly as I go through and highlight the problems that I believe I found in the financial filing from Francis Nunziata's campaign in Ward 5, York Southwestern. There are a number of inconsistencies that I want to draw your attention to. I also do appreciate the response filed by the candidates designate or their representative, including a few invoices and receipts from the campaign. This, I believe, should be the standard of transparency for all invoices and all campaigns, that we can examine these receipts to dig deeper into a campaign's finances and into their records. These receipts have actually raised some additional concerns, which I will also address as I go through this. I did also just have the opportunity to review the auditor's submission that just came through, I think, a few minutes ago. I do want to note briefly on that point that a campaign's auditor works purely on the material that is provided to them by the campaign. So if a campaign omits something, misses an invoice, doesn't pass it on to the auditor's role is not to catch those things. They only review the information as provided. And the auditor's own letter states that, where it says basis for qualified opinion, candidate's responsibility for the financial statement, all of that kind of highlights the fact that the auditor only reviews the material as given to them. They don't verify that the candidate has, or the campaign has submitted everything. So just briefly on the auditor's response there. So I'm going to start a screen share with my supplemental material. I appreciate the committee's reviewing that. These were actually meant to be slides to accompany everything that I'm speaking to now. So having reviewed those, they perhaps allow me to move a bit faster, which I think we will all appreciate. So let me just pull that up here. All right. There we go. So you should have a copy of the slides that I'm going to use as I walk through my application. So the first item I want to mention are around a shared event that was observed at the Istar Restaurant and Banquet Hall on October 15th. It was advertised as a small community meetup. This is already outlined in my application. The photos I have here show that it was very clearly a campaign event. The multitude of re-elect John Tory campaign signs make it abundantly clear that this was a campaign event. And I think any attempt to characterize this as a non-campaign event, as a council event or a city event, is clearly unfounded. This is a campaign event. I don't know even what else to say about that. Even if it was not the original intention to host a campaign event, maybe the organizers didn't want that in the first place. The moment an elect or re-elect sign comes out, it becomes a campaign event. And politicians as experienced as John Tory and Francis Nunziata would know that. They would know how to draw that distinction between a campaign event and a non-campaign event in their city role. Not only do we have plenty of signs here, they're arranged in such a deliberate way all over the place that shows planning and intent. So again, this was a campaign event. Now, if the candidate did not expect or want to be part of a campaign event, maybe they were misinformed ahead of time, she could have turned around and left after seeing the setup here. She could have removed herself from that to avoid being part of a campaign event. She clearly didn't. It's also not possible for her to attend such an event in her capacity as city councillor. I want to bring up the next slide, which is from the Office of the Integrity Commissioner of Toronto. I recognize this is not the Municipal Elections Act. This does not carry the same legal weight as the Municipal Elections Act, but these are the rules of conduct for city council. And again, as I believe the longest serving city councillor in the city, Francis Nunziata would be very aware of these. These rules clearly state, I'm not going to read them all, but you have them in the supplemental material. These rules basically highlight how important it is to draw that line between a counselor, someone acting in the role as a counselor, and as a candidate. There's a very strong and defined line between that. And again, Francis Nunziata should be very well aware of these rules. So having established that the candidate was there as a candidate and not as a counselor, although I'll note the response's story doesn't quite line up. The original response said that she was there as a counselor. The auditor's response admits she might have been there as a candidate, but incurred no expenses. I'm not even sure what the response is at this point, but I believe I've established that Nunziata was there very much as a candidate. And I can accept that, we might try to say Nunziata was only an incidental part of that event. She showed up just kind of on the side. It wasn't really about her. I also would reject that assertion. The next slide here shows a couple of photos that show that Nunziata and John Tory were equal features in this event. On the left, we have a round table, a much smaller event than the last photo that she was part of, so she wasn't just an incidental speaker. I do have another photo from this event. It's not on the slide to save space. It has a re-elect John Tory kind of banner on the side of it. So again, campaign event. So she was part of this kind of smaller event as well. And this graphic from social media that was used to promote the event ahead of time clearly shows Francis Nunziata and John Tory as kind of equal features. So again, she wasn't kind of, there on the side. The candidate's own response confirms that she was an invited speaker, again, not just passing through the event. And honestly, Nunziata forgetting to bring her lawn signs to the event doesn't change the fact that she was very much a key and equal part of this campaign event. I want to speak briefly about the location of the event. The banquet hall it was hosted at is a mere 2 kilometers across the border. There's a significant Somali community that spans Etobicoke North and York Southwestern. So there would be many Ward 5 York Southwestern voters in attendance. Very easy for someone to hop in their car and drive right across the border to this event. Plus, nowhere in the Municipal Elections Act does it state that an expense has to be incurred in the original riding. Expenses can be incurred outside the riding, just across the border like that. And in fact, Liban Hassan, who was a school board trustee candidate in York Southwestern, was also present. I'll go back a couple of slides and point those out. There is down here, let me see if I can use this annotate feature properly. Back here, there is a Liban lawn sign. There's another one kind of down here. I mentioned these as an aside, just noting that Liban Hassan was a school board trustee candidate in York Southwestern, showed up with lawn signs. So clearly there is political benefit to a York Southwestern candidate in showing up at this event. So it's pretty difficult to argue that there was no benefit to Nunziata. So having established that it was a campaign event, having established that it was that Nunziata was there as a candidate and received benefit from it, the last thing I want to mention on this point is that it doesn't matter who organized and paid for the event. This is clearly a campaign event, so there are only a few options when it comes to that. The campaign can pay for an event directly. If the campaign organized it, they would pay for it. In this case, a couple of campaigns would split it because it was a joint event, and I'll speak to joint expenses a little bit more later on. The campaign could pay for it directly, or if it was organized by someone outside the campaign can reimburse the organizer for those expenses. If that didn't happen, the campaign would be required to consider that an in-kind contribution from the organizer. Ultimately, for a campaign event, those are the only 3 options when it comes to paying for the event itself. It must be on the campaign's books as a contribution and as an expense, but by the candidate's own admission, they didn't record any expense because they didn't consider it to be a campaign expense at all. So a more suspicious person might call that intentionally misleading, even a deliberate attempt to avoid the expense, which would call into question some of the other assertions and claims from the candidate or their representative. But at minimum, this would be very much a gross negligence to not call this a campaign expense. A politician with Nunziata's experience and record has no excuse and should know better that they're being part of campaign expense and would need to record some cost from the shared hosting of that event. And again, all right, let me see if I can turn off this annotation because that is no longer relevant. There we go. All right, so that's the first piece I wanted to speak about on this, this event that was observed and apparently completely left off the books from the campaign. The second item in my application is around lawn signs, everyone's favorite election time event, lawn signs. And I will note that there are a number of missing pieces in the campaign's filings as it relates to lawn signs. So the opening inventory listed two types of lawn signs, large signs and small signs. In this photo, these are the signs that I believe they are referring to. On the left, these are small lawn signs. You can even see there's a little sticker over the York Southwestern. I'm not sure if it's coming through on the screen share, but if you look at the original material and zoom in a bit, you can see on the left, the York Southwestern, the shade of red is a bit different. There's a sticker. That makes sense, right? All the ward numbers changed a few years ago, so you'd sticker over the old ward numbers. Just kind of reinforcing the fact that this would be the reused inventory as listed in the financial return. On the right, I have another photo. I apologize, it's kind of grainy. I wanted to highlight both the large and small lawn signs in the same photo. So you'll see kind of on the left, in this photo, kind of the bottom left corner, there's a smaller lawn sign, and then the larger lawn signs also in place. You can see it's the same design, same layout, it's just a larger version of it. But again, that tracks with the large and small lawn signs in the opening inventory. I'm not disputing this part, I just wanted to lay a bit of foundation. Next, I noticed the number of new lawn signs used in 2022. So I go to the next slide here. These signs in the middle, this kind of sign on a white background with like a blue highlight and red text, that would be like a medium-sized lawn sign. There were new signs that I saw in 2022. And again, that is consistent with the candidate's response. They provided an invoice, in fact, showing the purchase of these new lawn signs. The invoice says they were 32 inches by 20, there were 32 by 24 lawn signs. That is consistent with what I observed. So again, I'm not contesting that. But having noted these medium signs, there is one other complete category of lawn sign that was completely missing from the filing. And these are these full color vertical signs that aren't accounted for. We have now accounted for the large and small lawn signs in the opening inventory. We've accounted for all the new lawn signs that were bought in 2022. These lawn signs are completely missing from the financial filing. And you know, it wasn't like a resident putting up one single sign that they just happened to keep. There was a coordinated use of these vertical full color signs across the entire riding in the last few days of the campaign. They were seen in clusters, mostly around polling stations, which is a nice campaign tactic that I might borrow. But they were seen, you know, coming up in the last few days of the campaign. I would, you know, just to guess at how many there might have been. And again, an audit could dig deeper and find out exactly how many were used. Assuming what 5 or 10 of them per polling station, which I think kind of tracks with the anecdotal observations. 60 polling stations across the entire riding. We are now talking about hundreds of lawn signs. Full color ones, which are expensive to print, that are nowhere to be found in the financial filing. You know, if the committee would like, I have additional photos to show that these weren't like the odd lawn sign on 1 or 2 places. These were all over the riding. I do have additional photos if it is useful, if the committee would like to see those on public space, kind of all over. So there was a significant use of these vertical full color signs. The other thing I noticed in the original opening inventory, there weren't nearly enough wooden frames and wire stakes listed to match the number of lawn signs listed on that opening inventory. Now, originally, I assumed the campaign might have just bought more signs and stakes and frames. They could have bought more that would be listed under the expense item for new lawn sign material. But now that we actually have invoices that cover the entire amount of lawn sign expenses from the campaign, those coming from the campaign's response, the discrepancy here between the number of stakes and the number of frames has actually only grown. So I've pulled together on the next slide in this table a summary of my understanding of the entire lawn sign inventory of the campaign based on everything they filed, all this public information that they have made available. I've counted 600 small lawn signs in the opening inventory, 250 large in the opening inventory, 1,000 medium signs as purchased as per the invoice they've provided, and then these vertical missing signs. I'm doing a lowball estimate. There may be 300 of them. There may well have been more, but this totals up to over 2,000 lawn signs that were used by the campaign. Now, lawn signs don't float in the air. They are placed on, either a wire frame or a wooden stake. So we've counted up all those as well. In the opening inventory, wire frames, you use 1 frame per sign. There were 100 of them. Wooden stakes in the opening inventory, there were 200 provided. You use 2 stakes per lawn sign, right? There were 1 on each side of the sign. So that's really only enough for 100 signs. And then in the candidates or the campaign's response, there were an additional 500 wooden stakes purchased, which again is only good enough for 250 lawn signs, not 2 stakes per sign. So running these numbers, we have over 2,000 signs and enough stakes and frames for less than a quarter of them, or 450 signs worth out of over 2,000. Now, I will accept that not every lawn sign is placed on a stake or a frame. Sometimes they get put in windows. Sometimes they're zip tied onto a fence. Although I'll also notice there are no zip tie expenses in this financial report. We've now accounted for all of the lawn sign material. There's no invoice for zip ties. That's an aside. It's a pretty minor expense. I'm not even going to go there, but just noting there are no zip ties in the invoices. But even recognizing some signs might be on fences or windows, typically that's what, like 10, 15, maybe 20% of your signs. That is a relatively small number. The vast majority of lawn signs in a campaign are placed on stakes and frames and put into the ground. And this discrepancy is very concerning. So by the numbers, just to attempt to put a dollar value on that, the missing stakes and frames are 1,500 signs. So you need, 1,700 signs. You would need 1,700 frames or 3,400 wooden stakes. I'd value those at roughly $5 each. I'll show you where I got that in a moment. But by that valuation, we're looking at $10,000 to $15,000 worth of missing expenses on this campaign. That doesn't include those vertical full color signs I was referring to. 300 of them, which I think is a lowball estimate, but an audit can clear up and determine exactly how many there were. Full color prints are pretty expensive. I'm going to guess roughly $10 a sign based on having placed multiple lawn sign orders myself on past campaigns I've worked on. That's another $3,000 in missing expenses on this campaign. And then lastly, I'll mention on lawn signs, this excerpt comes from the 2022 Candidates Guide put out by the province of Ontario. It is based on the Municipal Elections Act. It is kind of a summary for use of candidates, so it's derived from the Municipal Elections Act. It states that if you're reusing inventory, you have to consider the current market value, and I'll stress current market value of that inventory. Now, the invoice from the campaign itself, as you see in the bottom left of this slide, shows the current market value of these wooden stakes. It is an invoice from this campaign period. They spent $2,700 odd on stakes on 500 stakes. That works out to almost $5.50, $5.47 per wooden stake. So using that market value, that's where I got the approximate $5 from on the last slide. But also using that, even the initial opening inventory substantially undervalued and underreported their wooden stakes. If they had 200 of them at this market value of almost $5.50, that current market value should be over $1,000, meaning even this line alone is underreported by nearly $700, in addition to the amounts I've mentioned on the last slide. Taken together, this would substantially put the campaign over its spending limit. Quite frankly, there's really no excuse for errors or omissions of this magnitude. I have to conclude that these might have been deliberate attempts to substantially undercount their lawn sign numbers, by quite a substantial amount that again would put the campaign over its spending limit. So that's what I want to speak to when it comes to lawn signs. I will note in my application, I had a section 1C. I don't have a slide for that, but I'll just mention briefly. I do leave open the possibility there may have been other omitted expenses. The candidate or their representative has asserted in their response there are no other omitted expenses, but I would find it difficult to take them at their word on this. They might truly believe nothing else was omitted, but I've already found 2 significant items here, and I'm only half done. So whether it's due to extreme carelessness, whether it's due to kind of willful negligence or intentional undercounting, I can't speak to their motivations. I can't read their minds, but I would find it very difficult to trust in the accuracy of the financial report as filed. I think there are substantial errors, and digging into it may uncover additional ones. I have actually heard rumors of multiple other things that I haven't even put in here because I don't have enough evidence to back them up. So the next major section in my application has to do with a fundraising event that was held on June the 22nd. The Municipal Elections Act, of course, states that all fundraising tickets must be considered as campaign contributions. However, the ticket sales don't match the list of contributions in the financial report. So the ticket sales here, I believe in Schedule 2, Part 1 of the financial statement, there is a breakdown of ticket revenue and admission charges. I've compared that to the contributions in Schedule 1, Part 3 of the filing, and they don't line up. So basically what I did, I looked at all of the tickets sold for each dollar amount, and then I compared them to the number of contributions for a similar dollar amount, because all tickets must be considered contributions. You would expect to see that there are more contributions than tickets sold of a given amount. It should be at least equal, if not greater, but that's not the case. I assumed all contributions from the month of June were attributed to this, or could be attributed to this fundraising event. That allows a bit of time for depositing checks and doing data entry and all that. The event was June 22nd, so I've allowed a bit of leeway for all that. But for $1,200, at the $1,200 level, there were 14 tickets sold, but there were only 10 contributions to the campaign at that dollar level for the entire month of June. Likewise, at the $1,000 level, there were 24 tickets apparently sold, but only 21 contributions in the entire month of June in that dollar amount. And we can go down the list. I want to draw special attention to the $750 and $100 ticket values. There were 2 tickets apparently sold. There was only 1 contribution across the entire campaign in that dollar amount. So something doesn't line up here. Now, I recognize it feels like I'm nitpicking a little bit, $700, $100, a single contribution, in a campaign that raised like what, $80,000, $90,000. I recognize this might not feel like a big deal. And I recognize that, mistakes happen. But accurate financial tracking is ultimately essential, especially when you're trying to claim that an event doesn't fall under the spending limit. It is very clear that for fundraising events, accurate records must be kept of all revenue from that fundraising event to justify the fact that it doesn't fall under the spending limit. This does also build on just the pattern of omissions and errors and carelessness that seems to have happened in preparing this financial return as a whole. If something as simple as tickets sold to contributions don't line up. I would also note that in the campaign's response, they mentioned that there was only 1 ticket value, $500. You could buy 2 tickets for $1,000, but that was it, which again, questions why are there so many different ticket values on the financial statement or on the report here if all tickets were supposed to be $500. If someone showed up and maybe, I'll chip in a little bit more in addition to my ticket value, there's a completely different section of the fundraising report for additional revenue that's not ticket sales. That should go under Part 2, not Part 1 of this report. So again, this just kind of calls into question the tracking around this fundraising event. Was it a fundraising event? What was the nature of the event? How were the records kept? Which is important for keeping this fundraising event out of the spending limit. If the ticket sales are accurate and the contributions are wrong, that means contributions are missing from the filing, which would mean we can't check if contributors were eligible or if they went over the limit. On the flip side, if the list of contributions is correct and the ticket sales are wrong, then again, it calls into question this entire event and the tracking and record keeping that went behind it. If we can't link the money the event raised to the actual contributions to the campaign. An audit can investigate all of this and attempt to reconcile ticket sales to contributions and figure out what exactly happened at this event and how did all the money flow. And as just a very quick aside, while I'm on this point, I recognize in the campaign's response, they provided an invoice from that event. I will draw the committee's attention to the fact that this invoice is made out to Nunziata's constituency office, not their campaign office. It says Francis Nunziata campaign, but this address, 2221 Keel Street, is the candidate's constituency office. So it appears the campaign may have been working out of their constituency office at this point in the campaign. This was, back in June, it was early days. Presumably, maybe their campaign office wasn't open yet. So were they actually working out of their constituency office based on this address? Which raises other questions. Did they also use staff time or printing or anything else from that office? Which would not only be against the city's rules, but would constitute an illegal in-kind contribution for any staff time or resources used out of the constituency office. So this is an extra piece I want to raise based on the campaign's response. Lastly, the last section of my application has to do with shared trustee costs. And we're moving through this. And this is specifically shared costs with the campaign of Liban Hassan, who was the trustee candidate in York South Weston, the same ward as the candidate Francis Nunziata was running in. Here I have an excerpt from Liban Hassan's financial statement, their financial filing. There are some problems here. Notably, there are $0 recorded in their bank charges. It would appear this campaign did not open a bank account. There are omissions. There's nothing under advertising. I have screenshots of Facebook ads from this campaign that are clearly missing. But also, all these numbers are very neatly and conveniently rounded to the nearest $500. Let's be honest, it never works out that way. Expenses are never that clean. So the fact that multiple things are missing, plus all these expenses are so rounded off to neat and even numbers, strongly suggests that this campaign did not do any financial tracking at all, or at least not any detailed financial tracking as would be required for an election campaign. Now, I am not bringing forward an application against Liban Hassan. This is not the right committee to entertain such an application anyway. I do bring this up because Liban Hassan and Francis Nunziata worked very, very closely together on this campaign. So I have a few photos here. They're working together. They were canvassing together. It was very much a coordinated campaign where these two candidates worked together. Their endorsements going back and forth, lots of photos together, lots of canvases together. They did work together. Now, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And here I have something, again, from the candidates guide around joint campaigns or working together. There's nothing wrong with candidates working together, splitting costs, using joint materials, anything like that. But this highlight, which is my own, stresses that any joint campaigns or any joint expenses must be divided between those campaigns. Careful tracking is very much required when dealing with joint expenses to ensure each campaign's finances remain separate. And in order to do that tracking, both sides, both campaigns need to be committed to doing it properly. So some example of these shared expenses, this flyer, this is actually two sides of the same flyer. So it's a double-sided flyer clearly showing Liban Hassan on one side, Francis Nunziata on the other. You would expect the cost of this flyer to be split 50-50 between the two campaigns, given how clearly it's one side each. As one example, I actually have a physical copy of this if you want to check that. These are two sides of the same flyer. And there is an invoice in the candidate's response that could account for this piece. The invoice is for a full color, double-sided folded piece, which is consistent with what we have here. But that invoice doesn't actually tell us how that cost was split. Did each campaign pay half of that invoice? Does that invoice only actually cover half the cost and another similar invoice was sent to Liban Hassan? We don't know that. The response doesn't clear up any of that. So the question of whether the campaigns were able to effectively separate their invoices and expenses on shared pieces is not clear. The next photo here is another shared literature piece that was seen during the campaign. This one highlights Liban Hassan, Francis Nunziata, and John Tory on what appears to be a sample ballot. This does not match the invoice provided by the campaign. It was a single-sided piece. It wasn't folded, so it is not consistent with the invoice already provided. Meaning, presumably, if the campaign has already provided all of their invoices for shared expenses, then this shared expense was not recorded, was not invoiced, was not included in their financial return. So again, this leads to questions. Who printed and paid for this literature piece? Was the expense recorded properly? Don't know. And the candidate's response does not address this and does not make it clear. So maybe Laban Hassan's campaign printed and paid for these and didn't accurately pass on the costs. If that happened, that would be an unrecorded contribution and expense on the Nunziata campaign. If it happened the other way around, if Nunziata perhaps had expenses that they didn't pass on to the Laban Hassan campaign, city council campaigns qualify for the City of Toronto's rebate program. Trustee campaigns do not. So if Nunziata paid for some of Hassan's expenses, then that would be an abuse of the rebate program. Either way, there's no room whatsoever for mistakes, for missed invoices. Any joint expenses need to be very, very carefully split accurately between these campaigns. There are significant problems if it's wrong on either side. Given the kind of history of errors and carelessness and everything I've already gone through, it makes me question whether Nunziata's campaign would have passed on those expenses properly. Given the lack of financial tracking or apparent lack of financial tracking on the trustee campaign, again, I would have significant questions on whether they kind of had their act together enough to pass on any expenses to the Nunziata campaign. The fact is, we have lots of information. We've got invoices, we've got multiple literature pieces, we've got financial statements. None of them really seem to line up here. And that careful tracking to separate each campaign's finances doesn't seem to have happened. So a compliance audit, again, is needed here to figure out exactly what happened, given everything we have seen. So those are the three major pieces that I want to raise in my application. I hope this has provided a bit more detail on that and on kind of why I think that these are not just minor errors, they are rather significant, substantial errors. If there were indeed errors, this would be, I'd say bordering on negligence. They're very significant errors. I think there is potential reason that these may even have been intentional omissions, given the scope of everything I have outlined so far. So I started this application thinking, again, like chasing down a series of errors, trying to establish a pattern of errors, and I found all of that and more. Finding numbers so large that, again, I wonder if some of these omissions might have been intentional. And that's based on only a handful of receipts that we've received from the campaign. They helpfully shared a few receipts in their response. I really do wonder what an audit would find if it had full access to the candidates' records. Each receipt we received created more questions. It didn't really provide any answers. This is also not a small, insignificant campaign that maybe spent a few $100s. This is a candidate that really should know the rules and requirements around elections and financial tracking better than most. And this was an election that was, let's be honest, the closest in the entire city. So it is absolutely in the public interest and essential for the public's confidence in the integrity of our elections to ensure that the rules were followed in a high-profile campaign like this one. The facts provide lots of reasons to question that, to look at different potential errors and omissions, and it is imperative that we be granted a compliance audit to clear the air, to figure out what exactly happened on this campaign, and to make sure that all the rules, and financial rules in particular, were followed on this campaign. So with that, thank you very much for your time and consideration, and I look forward to your decision.
Thank you very much. Very detailed submission. We're grateful for that. I have one question, then I'm going to turn it over to my fellow committee members and give them an opportunity as well. So with regard to the first issue that you brought forward with dealing with the shared event, and you provided photographs of the respondent at an event that the mayor was at and the trustee. And so I just want to understand very clearly, the issue that you'd like the committee to consider. And so what you're suggesting is that because there were campaign signs for John Tory, the event constituted a campaign event, and therefore there would be expenses that would accrue, and that there should be documentation and disclosure with regard to what those expenses would be, notwithstanding that the respondent, your photos didn't show any signs, any campaign signs, but it's your position that this event should be recorded as a campaign event with costs attached to it. Am I correct in that interpretation?
Yes, I do have that that kind of promotional photo that showed John Tory and Nunziata as kind of equal parts of that campaign or of that event. So I'll admit there were no recorded photos of campaign signs, but campaign signs are not the only way to make sure that's a campaign event. She was advertised as an equal headlining partner in that event, so to say. So I would contend that any expenses related to that event, and they rented an entire banquet hall and meeting room and had AV equipment and potentially other things. I wasn't there personally, so that's all I can speak to. I do contend that all of those expenses should have been equally recorded between the Tory and Nunziata campaigns, given she was an equal kind of headlining feature in the promotional material of that event.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Do any of the members have any questions? Go ahead, Member Faraji.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Kong, for coming forward and doing your part. I have a series of questions. I'm just curious, since you have submitted this application and subsequently there has been other material and responses by the candidate and or their representatives, I'm just curious to know, has any of them alleviated any of your concerns to date?
No, in fact, the responses have deepened my concerns. As we started seeing some receipts as released by the campaign, they've actually uncovered additional problems that I've started bringing up. So none of them have been alleviated, and if anything, it's led me to discover even more potential problems that I think an audit would need to investigate.
Okay. Has there been any instances of you reconsidering any of your assumptions or findings and perhaps more information from your own research that has come to light to rethink some of these claims? Again, quite frankly, as we've gone through this, everything has seemed to only kind of deepen the discrepancies that I've found. So there isn't anything that I would really reconsider. The lack of lawn signs in the first event, again, as has been noted, I think is the only thing that might give me pause. But again, the initial promotional material that highlighted them as equal partners in this event kind of dispels that doubt. And in fact, again, forgetting to bring lawn signs doesn't mean that you weren't part of that campaign event. But that would be the only thing that I'd even maybe think about. Okay, the only reason I say that is, as one makes claims, sometimes it's important to validate some understandings. And, you went into great details talking about campaign stakes or in one case, zip ties. And as you were presenting that, I was going through the evidence that you have provided as well. And I was looking at those lawn signs. I didn't see any use of zip ties. I saw use of screws and washers. What would lead you to believe that there should have been more zip ties? This is an example. Yeah, and I accept that might be based on my own campaign experience. Typically, I would use zip ties instead of screws and washers. But if the campaign used screws and washers, then the screws and washers should have been recorded in there, right? Something holds the sign onto the stake, or if you're putting it onto a fence, something holds the sign onto a fence, whether it be a screw, whether it be a zip tie, whatever it is. I did speak from my own personal experience in preferring zip ties for that purpose, but something would have been used there. But again, I don't really want to focus on a few screws or zip ties. That's a relatively good thing. Yeah. And lastly, this is the last question I have. In your submission, you had section, I believe 1C, where it just broadly talked about other matters. Yeah, it came across as a bit of a speculation, but I just want to know, is that the material that you submitted today or recently? After that initial submission, you're related to 1C, where you said there are other issues that should be considered? I don't have anything in my submission specifically as evidence to that. I wanted to leave it open for an audit, should one be granted, to consider other items. Again, I've heard kind of anecdotally of a number of different expenses that might have been missing. Everything from kind of use of constituency mailing lists on the campaign, which again is against the city rules, but also there's a dollar value to
to like buying a mailing list. People in digital marketing, marketing can trade and sell mailing lists, so there's a dollar value to that. I've heard kind of anecdotally rumors about staffing costs, which are zero on the return. But again, I don't at present have evidence on these or the other rumors I've heard. I don't have the evidence to credibly present them, which is why I left them out. But I did want to include that section should an audit be granted. Wanted to kind of just leave that open for an audit to potentially discover if they are able to look at the campaign's books more carefully, other things may come up. And that was the entire intent of that section.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. That's it for me. Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? Go ahead, Member D'Souza.
Yeah, I have a question on these photographs of those lawn signs. Where did you get those photographs from?
The photographs of the lawn signs?
That's correct. You talk about vertical and other stuff.
Mm-hmm. Some of them I took on my own phone. So I can attest to those. Some of them came off of social media. So again, I can dig up those if needed, maybe to provide a date stamp or time stamp. But it's a combination of photos from social media and photos that I personally took.
How do you confirm that they are from the 2022 election?
The social media posts are from 2022, and again, the photos that I personally took, I will attest to that.
Can they be Photoshopped?
They could be, in theory. I will promise that I didn't Photoshop any of those photos that I've submitted, but hypothetically, I suppose they could. But that would be a pretty difficult thing. That would require a lot of effort. I think if someone's going through the effort to Photoshop a photo on one side or the other, then I think it would be important to clear that up and clear the air on that, regardless.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. At this time, I understand that we have Francis Nunziata's agent present.
Yes.
All right. You're welcome to make submissions. And if you could introduce yourself, please, as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Cesar Palacio. I'm a former Trump City Councilor for Davenport. I'm very familiar with the rules, and I know that we cannot, or anyone can afford to make mistakes, as it was just alluded by Mr. Francis. I hope is in terms of transparency and to have and to facilitate a better understanding of my deputation, I did share my submission with you, and hopefully you had the time to read my submission as well as all the attachments. This morning, Councilor Francis Nunziata submitted a communication from her auditor, clarifying that there were no omissions and the ticket sales information was reconciled to the detailed contribution list. So, in short, that's what that communication does. Now, Madam Chair, and I'm going to follow the same numerical sequence noted on the complainant or the nature of the complaint. Let me start by saying the following after just I heard the presentation of Mr. Khan. Nothing has been omitted from Councilor Francis Nunziata's financial filing. Also, I'd like to know that Mr. Francis Khan filed the audit compliance is, even though he has every right to file a complaint as a Torontonian if he lives in Toronto, but he does not live in the world. The nature of the complaint is unfounded and is politically motivated, and I'll get to it as I speak. So I would like to make my presentation following the same sequence as it was noted in the application. The first item, expenses missing from financial filing, is, let me just get right to the point, because I think that's extremely important to understand the key aspect and aspects of the complaint, as well as it relates to factual information. The Somali community, they held this event to discuss Councilor Francis Nunciara's notice of motion, and that was in attachment 1. So hopefully you were able to read that attachment. Now, the purpose and the intention of that motion was to explore opportunities to create a new community cultural and recreation center for the Toronto's Somali community. The motion was moved by Councilor Francis Nunciara, and it was seconded by Mayor John Tory. So to the Somali community, this was something huge. It had so much importance what was transpiring through that notice of motion. So the Somalian elders, they invited John Tory and Francis Nunciara to speak to the motion that was adopted by City Council on July the 19th, 2022. I would like to point on a point of observation. The Easter Banquet Hall, they are located at 235 Dixon Road, and that's in Ward 1 in Etobicoke North. So the question is, why would Francis Nunciara hold a political event outside her ward? It's ludicrous to suggest that. It doesn't make simply sense. Once again, I believe that the elders of the Somali community, they wanted to hear directly from John Tory and from Francis Nunciara, who moved the motion, to ensure that the discussion continues in the future if they are re-elected. To them, it's extremely important to have a cultural center. And that's one of the reasons why they invited the Somalian community to attend that event. Within the event, actually, there were 2 parts to it. The first part, it was a meeting that was convened, and it was in the boardroom. I was there. I attended to it. I spoke there as well. And it was, so the meeting probably took about half an hour in that room, but the number of people who wanted to get access to listen to the discussion, it was too many of them. So the meeting had to be taken to the outside, to the bigger room. Now, and that's where John Tory, there was one of the pictures that John Tory is clearly, with the motion on his hand, speaking to it. So is the nature of the event, literally speaking, it was to talk once again to the values, to the dreams that the Somali community has and had with regards to this community center. And I don't see, from my perspective, that there was any sense of gaining any political points there for Francis Nunciara. These are different communities in another area, Ward 1, Etobicoke North. And there was also an attachment that I submitted from Sakurai, who was one of the organizers, the event organizer, confirming that Francis Nunciara was an invited guest to speak to the motion. An invited guest, I repeat that. So it's, I don't know what else to say, but I'm just talking to the factual information. I know that Mayor John Tory, by then he tweeted whatever. He was happy to see so many people, probably, and he was happy to speak to the values and to the nature of that notice of motion. And I'm hoping that that community and cultural center, it happens, because that was the actual purpose, to continue the conversation and to engage the local community, the Somalian community, to be part of it. So once again, I hope that that continues, and I hope that Councillor Francis Nunciara will continue to lead that part of her initiative. Now I'm going to to continue with talking about the sequence of, with regards to the complaint, to 1B, that's missing loan signs and the opening inventory. Councilor Franz Nuciara declared an opening inventory as it can be seen in her financial statement, or what we call the carryover, in this case, signs or any materials that were brought to the 2022 campaign. There were, and I counted them. I was very much part of that campaign, and knowing full well that we have to comply 100% with all the rules and regulations, I made sure, and this is me, Cesar Palacio, speaking right now, and I can attest that on oath. There were 600 small signs. There were 250 large signs and 100 wireframe units. And I want to put a little bit of emphasis on these 100 wireframe units that the deputant before me, he spoke about it. These small vertical signs are probably about 8 inches and wide by 18 long. And signs, for the life of me, I never found value on those signs, but they were declared 100 of those. That's the actual counting. Did we use them all? Probably not. Maybe a few here and there, because they were so small that there was no need to have them when we had the real signs. And that accounted for $4,100, and that's clearly stated in attachment 4. That's the value of the carryover inventory from 2018. We also purchased 1,000 signs for the 2022 municipal election campaign. Now, these signs were about between the small signs and the large signs, probably about 24 by 30. They were mid-size kind of signs. And now these signs were more in the blue ones, and that's on attachment 5. So that's in terms of the signs, and I wanted just to touch bases on what was noted about rumors, as the previous deputant spoke about it. Rumors. I can pretty much say I like to talk about factual information, and I'm not going to speak about rumors. But anything, in my opinion, having heard what I heard, could have been Photoshop, and to whatever degree. For the signs, we had sticks, yes. We had metal frames, and we used screws and some ties as well to put them up. Most of the signs were on private property. We don't like to put on public property, but on private property. A lot of people allow us to put the signs in the windows, fences. When we put it on the fences, it was much easier to put it sometimes you just accommodate them within the wooden frames there. So it's not all with nails, you just nail it or screw it against the wooden fence. So that's more or less in terms of the fencing part. I would like to move now to section 1C, other omitted expenses. Let me be very clear on this. There are no missed expenses. Everything was accounted for. Everything was accounted for. We knew better. And we knew that we have to comply 100% as we did with all the regulations. And there is no concerns from our part because we declare everything there. I'm going to move to item number 2. about the fundraising tickets that are inconsistent with the contributions. Is when you are transparent as we are, and we made the submissions like we did with all the attachments, that's in good faith, sharing with you factual information. And it seems that every effort has been made by the deputant prior to me just to make tweaks there to simply try to make an issue out of no issue. The invitation for the fundraiser, there was a fundraiser letter in support of Francis Nunciara re-election that had an RSVP. So the RSVP was very clear in that part of the submission as well. The letter clearly stated that all checks be payable to Francis Nunciara's campaign. For those who are unable to join the event but wish to donate, they can do so by emailing the contributions to Francis Nunciara's mailbox, which it happened. There were a lot of contributions done directly by mail. The fundraiser letter stated $500 per ticket, but it also listed the maximum allowable contribution and the amount of the rebate. So we try to provide as much information to the contributors in terms of the maximum amount that they can contribute, even though the suggested amount was $500. There were a lot of people, a lot of contributors that they over-contribute to the maximum, which amounts were returned to them. Another aspect that I wanted to focus on is there were a number of guests that were invited, family members of Francis Nunciara. The whole family was there. Colleagues of City Council, they attended the function. John Tory was there. Ana Bailao was there. And as I mentioned, there were too many of them. They were invited as guests, not to make contributions, which they didn't, but to attend this fundraiser event, the only one that we ever had for Francis Nunciara. One event, period. Also, there was, on attachment number 7, I believe, there is a bill from Espeducci. That's where the event took place, at Espeducci. No number of guests were recorded on that bill. I don't know if we had, and I'd be second guessing at this point, if there were 100 people, 120, 150 people. I know that there were a lot of people there, but the amount of people were not recorded because there were a lot of people that they were coming in as the event was unfolding. As I mentioned before, a number of checks arrived after the fundraiser event, and that went to Francis Nunciara's email box. Over contributions, as I just mentioned as well, had to be returned because we knew better that's what's the maximum. And for those who over contribute, those checks were returned, and that was accounted for. There were no mistakes made at the event or on the financial filings. In my opinion, I respectfully submit that the complaint is baseless. I'd like to move to the next item. That's the shared costs with the trustee. That's Liva and Hassan. The printing of flyers was invoiced separately to each campaign to ensure that there would be no issues with our campaign filing. We understand the rules, and every effort was made to make sure that we abide by the rules and we keep track of it as well. There is the attachment that we sent, and I believe that's attachment number 8, that indicates our contribution, which is $2,050.95. That's the cost that it pertained to us, and that's in attachment number 8. Hopefully you were able to look into it. And what am I missing here? So then, there was a comment that the address for the invoice was sent to the Kiel address, that to be the constituency office. That's a mistake by the Speducci when they wrote the bill. We had our campaign office is a number 30 Milford. We had a big space, enough to accommodate hundreds of people. It's an old warehouse, and which is about maybe a few hundred meters from the campaign office, in the heart of the local community. So there was no need for us to use any resources of any kind from the councilor's office, and we know the rules as well. And that's the last thing that we ever have to do, is to break the rules. In conclusion, I'd like to say that I helped Councilor Francis campaign from the beginning until the end. I know that due diligence was done in every aspect of the campaign. We follow the rules 100%. On the other hand, I can tell you that the opposition was brutal, they were dirty, and it was politically motivated. And I'll say that with 100% confidence, because I saw it with my own eyes. Progress Toronto was deeply involved with Chiara Padawanes, our main opposition, spending, only God knows, thousands and thousands of dollars with hundreds of people that some of them on payroll that they were helping out, and pieces of information that were going out is it was a negative campaign, that I can say. And they haven't declared, as a third party, they haven't declared 1 cent. And so I'm just wondering that Mr. Khan is, if it would be nice if there was that sense of equity, and if we are going to complain about one, maybe we should pay attention to everyone, not only one-sided thing. Madam Chair, nothing has been omitted from Councilor Francis financial filing. Also, I'd like to know that the person that filed the audit compliance, as I mentioned before, does not live in the world. So I don't know what the motivation is. As a Torontonian, I understand that has to be right to do that. The complaint is unfounded and politically motivated, as I noted before. No evidence that the act has been contravened has been presented. I respectfully request and ask you to reject the complaint. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Palacio, for your very detailed response. The committee appreciates it. I have a number of questions for you based on some of the comments that you've made, and then I'm going to open it up to my fellow committee members. I do want to advise you, I'm just mindful of the time. We will be taking a recess at precisely 1 o'clock. And so I suspect that we will not be in a position to render a decision prior to our recess, and we will be recessing between 1 to 2 p.m. and we will resume after 2 p.m. So I just wanted to give you an indication of timing. If I might start, and so starting, and I'm going to go in order, and I've jotted down some notes as you were speaking. So with the first item that you addressed with regard to the shared event costs, so you portrayed that event as, a get-together of, the community had requested that, Councillor Nunziata come together with John Tory and speak to the motion that had been brought forward at City Council. And you suggested that there was a meeting in a boardroom and there was overflow, and so the people moved to a larger room. The photographs that we saw suggested that it wasn't we need a bigger room, let's find this one, but there were, campaign posters for John Tory that were set up through there. So that, that would have, required a little bit of planning. And so what do you see as the distinction between what might be a campaign event where you have all of these posters and, folks who are out there knowing that an election is coming and this is an opportunity to hear from candidates, versus a business meeting that might have taken place in that boardroom that didn't really have that same flavor potentially of a campaign event. So I guess my question is, you said, no, this was a meeting, it was overflow. We saw photographs with some election materials. So can you differentiate for me to help me understand sort of how that played out, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. I'm more than glad to clarify that, and I'll do my best. With regards to the motion itself, as I mentioned before, that has so much value to this community, and to have a frank discussion in terms of moving forward. The meeting was held in this boardroom. It was big enough, but I don't think that probably there were about 20 people, maybe more. Most of them, they were elders. So, and the rest of some of us were standing, and there was no space, and there were people outside. So John Tory at that point, he indicated that he would like to speak actually to a larger group on the motion, because that's most of the attendees are from the Somali community, and it would be wise for them to be part of it. One thing that I can assure you is in the boardroom where we were meeting, and Franz Nunziata was invited to speak to, there were no signs of any kind. I didn't see any signs. Now, when the thing moved out to the larger room, yes, there was a microphone there, and there was a platform, and John Tory took to the stage, and he spoke to it, and to John Tory, I think, was an event that probably he had to gain from, because first, it was with a large Somalian community, so he wanted to talk to them, number one. And number two is there was going to be an endorsement to the candidate trustee. Is forgot his name. It's then it was so that was a huge thing for Levan Hassan, who is the candidate for trustee. It was huge for him that to have probably his sympathizers there, and that's where I see probably they have a flavor of a political rally. Is hopefully that answers your question, but with Franz Nunziata, there was no need for us to have any part of it, literally speaking, in terms of speaking up, or is because everything was clarified inside with the elders, but to have signs or any refreshments or food or any kind, which I didn't see either, but.
Okay, and she was at that larger room that you characterized more akin to a rally rather than the meeting, and she was in the meeting in the boardroom, and then she moved to the larger room with the other two, right?
We did stay, yes, Madam Chair.
Okay,
We
thank you.
did stay outside.
What was your role in her campaign?
I help with the coordination of an advisor as well is in her campaign, and I did a lot of knocking on doors, and I was one of the key advisors to Francis Seattle.
Okay. Were you paid?
No,
Okay.
not even 1 cent. I did make a contribution to the campaign of $1,200 though.
All right. Do you, and you might not have this information, but do you know when the campaign office was opened? And I understand if you don't have that information.
Yes, I believe that was August the 1st. Please don't quote me with the date exactly, but I believe it was August the 1st.
Okay. Thank you. My next question, so you provided us with a lot of detail with regard to the signs, even noting that you counted what was in prior inventory, and then you walked us through what was purchased. The one piece that you didn't address that the applicant, shared pictures of were these vertical signs. Can you share with us a little bit of information? So that's not documented either in the financial statement nor in your response. Where did these vertical signs that were depicted in pictures, where did they come from?
Madam Chair, it is accounted for, and that's in the financial statements, and I'll go through the numbers. We have 600 small signs, 250 large signs, and 100 wireframe units. Those are the ones the vertical ones that were
Okay, sorry. So the wire frames are actually signs. So what we're interpreting is that they're frames that you could affix the sign to, but no, wire frames are those actual signs, and those were the
ones, yeah.
The vertical signs.
Ones.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Okay, and then moving on to the fundraising tickets. And so, actually, just going back, you indicated that you did use screws to put up some of the signs. You said that when you were talking about the different signs. And then
Yes.
We don't have anything, I have no idea how much screws cost, I don't know how many you would need, but there isn't anything in the financial statement accounting for those screws.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. We had a lot of people helping out. In the campaign, we had unions coming out to help out, for example, with Local 183. Mm-hmm. And these people are from within the construction industry, so they know how to do it and how to place signs in strategic locations. Mm-hmm. And they use sometimes wires, sometimes they use screws, nails, whatever. So they bring their own very often. And to the best of my knowledge, that we accounted for everything that we have to account for, including the additional signs and stakes as well.
Okay. Okay, so moving on to the fundraising event and the fundraising tickets. And we saw that chart that was shared with us, and it showed sort of number of tickets sold and then other contributions. And I have to say I had a hard time following it. So you did provide a little bit of clarification around some of the numbers being either more or less than the $500 ticket price. And I'm just, the majority of the tickets sold were not, not at the $500 amount. So I'm looking at the financial statements. There's a range from $100 to $1,200. 85 tickets were sold, 43.5% at 500, just around 10% below 500. So can you help me understand, if the ticket price is $500 and you had X number of people, you said maybe 100, 120, some of those were guests. How do you come up with such a big range? And how do you come up with, like, the numbers are a little bit difficult to follow, so maybe you can clarify that for the committee, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. So there was a table with a couple of people just getting the contributions as people were coming in and making an entry on the contribution amount and getting the checks and whatever else to make sure that there was no over contributions, to make sure that the checks did not come from they were just personal checks, because anything more than that is not allowed, like from corporations or anything like that. So there was, as people were coming in, if there was a contribution, let me say by $100, so they would put a check and the amount on one little pile. They had their own system that they created to make sure that everything is accounted for by the end of the event. So there were a number of people who brought $500. That was the suggested amount. Some people brought checks double that amount, and which created an over contribution, and that I was referring to. And those checks had to be returned, and they were accounted for as well in the financial statement. And there were contributions of different amounts, and $1,200. I think there were a number of contributions. Mine was one of them as well. And I know that there were a number of $1,200 contributions made. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, that's satisfactory. That's fine. And just being mindful of the time, I have one final question, and then I will bring forward a motion that we recess for 1 hour, as it's 12:57 in Eastern Standard Time right now. So my final question is with regard to the audit report that is attached to the financial statement that had been filed with the city. And the auditor notes that he's providing a qualified opinion. And he states, and I'm reading from that report, the completeness of contributions and other revenue and expenses is not susceptible to my obtaining evidence I considered necessary for the purpose of the review. Accordingly, the evidence obtained of these contributions and other revenue and expenses was limited to the amounts recorded in the campaign accounting records of Francis Nunziata. Therefore, I am not able to determine whether any adjustments might be necessary to contributions and other revenue and expenses. So what we see here is a qualified opinion, which in the circumstances is not ideal, since the only reason why the audit is there is to provide assurance that the information that is disclosed in the financial statement is indeed complete and accurate. Why do you think the auditor would have provided a qualified opinion as opposed to a clean opinion?
I use William Molson as an auditor during my campaigns as well. And I know he's very thorough. He's a professional. He knows what he's doing. And irrespective of if there is any political affiliation, he has done for a number of members of council and the audits. So he's well respected. And during my campaigns, and I was never challenged. And even though there was quite a bit of competition out there, so I trusted, and I recommended to Francis Nunziata that William Molson be the auditor. And then she did tell me that he actually was the auditor in previous campaigns for her as well. So is that sense of comfort and the thoroughness from his part when he's doing the auditing is, he goes to the extent, or at least he went to the extent with us in terms of the opening inventory once again. What was coming in? He wanted to know. Also, he wanted to know how much was left as a carryover to the next election So that would be the closing inventory within this financial statement. So that's the level of being thorough, in my opinion. He also notes in his communication that was sent to you today that it is, and that's in item number 2, I believe, that he noted that that's unclear how this applicant reached this conclusion in terms of challenging his numbers. So it's I will leave it up to there. Is one thing is we accounted for everything that humanly possible we had to do, because we couldn't afford to make any mistakes or to leave anything behind that didn't account for. Is just one point that I forgot to respond in your previous question, if you don't mind, is that a number of checks were mailed to Franz Nunciara's and mailbox after the fundraiser. So I just wanted to add that line.
Okay, thank you. I apologize to my colleagues on the committee. I've used up our time before our recess. So at this time, I'm going to bring forward a motion that we take a 60-minute recess and we resume at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if I could get my fellow members out, and here's the motion that the Compliance Audit Committee recess until 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, please. All in favor? All right, and the motion has passed. Thank you, everybody, and we'll see you in 1 hour.
Thank you.
All right, and we are back. Thank you, everybody. At this time, I'm going to provide my fellow committee members an opportunity to ask any questions. Do either of you wish to jump in? Go ahead. Yeah, Member D'Souza, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I had two questions, Madam Chair. You already asked them, so I don't have comments. I don't have questions, rather a comment on the qualified audit report. You know, this is a standard template suggested by CPA Canada, and almost, to the best of my knowledge, almost all the reputed CPAs use qualified audit report template. I don't think anyone nowadays gets a clean audit report from any reputed CPAs. In the past, I have seen one or two small-time CPAs providing clean reports. Other than that, you won't get a clean audit report from any CPAs nowadays for municipal financial election audits.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your indulgence. And during the last few minutes, I was able to dig in a little bit more additional information as it relates to your questions. And it had to do with the expenses regarding signs, ties, screws, and how that's done. I did ask that information to be sent to you, and hopefully that you're in receipt of that already. And that clearly shows that there were two checks that were written and paid for. One was to Tim Lambrinos for the amount of $905.51, check number 122. And Tim Lambrinos was the sign manager who worked on during the campaign. And the other check was paid to me, Cesar Palacio, for the amount of $138.99, and that's check number 128. So that accounts for the ties and the screws that I was referring to as well. And I just wanted you to know we have done every effort to make sure that we provide accurate information to you. And my second point, and as it relates to the auditor qualified opinion, as Mr. D'Souza indicated, that's a standard reply opinion. And I got in touch with the auditor, and what he's mentioning is that if we had engaged the auditor from day one, where he had to come and count, literally speaking, everything that was coming into the campaign as part of the opening inventory, and for him to do the same thing during the closing inventory, and for him to visit the campaign office whenever he needed, we had to pay for those services. And it was very difficult to engage that kind of service, and it was having extremely expensive. So he did mention, because I wanted to be clear with that part, is that a standard practice by all the auditors that's the way they use, because they rely on the information that's provided to them. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I want to thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you. And city staff are just processing the material that you've shared, so we don't have that material just yet. It has come in, but we have not received it yet. They're working on it. So other than the two checks, you indicated that you had provided additional information with copies of two checks, and those two checks were for ties and screws?
So those are for miscellaneous expenses, including ties and screws and whatever else, yeah.
I understand. And those expenses are reflected in the financial statements, correct?
100%, yes.
100%. Okay, thank you. Member Faraji, do you have any questions?
No, I don't. And just since I'm called upon, I also concur with my esteemed colleague that the qualified opinion is quite standard. And given the inherent limitations that one has in monitoring the entire campaign. There is really no other option but to providing a qualified opinion.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. All right, well, given that we have no further questions, then I would look to city staff to assist me with a motion to go into closed session.
So if you wish to go into closed session, you can do that. If you want to recess to get the documents, you can do that too. It's up to you.
Are the documents? So I was just conferring with city staff as to the logistics behind what comes first. Do we go into closed session or do we review the materials? And I've been advised that we can do both. So that's the route that we will be taking. So at this time, I'm going to bring forward a motion that the Compliance Audit Committee recess its public session to meet in closed session to deliberate in private on item EA 4.4, compliance audit application by Francis Kung for the election campaign, finances of Francis Nunziata, and to receive advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. And so all in favor, members, actually it's just the members who get to vote. Thank you. Motion is carried. So I'll ask the clerk to temporarily close the meeting to members of the public and to only provide access to members and appropriate staff for the closed session portion of this meeting. In addition, the YouTube live stream will be suspended until the closed session is over. Members, I'd also remind you to arrange your surroundings so that no other person observes any part of the closed session discussions.
Hello, everyone. This is the committee administrator from the city clerk's office. I'm going to read a statement for those that are connected remotely via WebEx. The committee is now going to move into closed session. We will first suspend the live portion of the WebEx live stream. We will then place anyone that is not needed for the closed session into a video conference waiting room. You will not be able to see or hear the video conference until the committee resumes in open session. Please do not disconnect or leave the WebEx meeting. You will be automatically readmitted to the video conference once the committee resumes in open session. If you become disconnected from the WebEx meeting while in the waiting room, please reconnect using the same meeting connection details that were provided to you earlier, or you can email the city clerk's office at complianceaudit@toronto.ca, and we will work with you to reestablish your connection. The WebEx recording has been suspended. We are now moving individuals into the waiting room. And just a reminder to anyone in the committee room at City Hall who is not needed for the closed session to please exit the room. Members, please do not begin any discussion until we advise you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your patience. We have completed our closed session deliberation, and I will now share our decision, and we will put the motion up on the screen. I'm just going to read the first bit, and the rest will be posted for more detailed background. The Compliance Audit Committee, the motion is that the Compliance Audit Committee reject the application for a compliance audit of the election campaign finances of Francis Nunziata. So with that, this is the motion. If I might have a vote by members, please. Thank you. And the motion carries. Thank you to the applicant, to the respondent, and that concludes our business for today, and we are adjourned.
Thank you. God bless you.
Hang on.
Have a good day.
Well, actually, before we adjourn, I'm going to.
So is Ramin trying to ask the question during the meeting?
No, yeah, so we're going to have another motion to go into a closed session at this time.
Because if we adjourn, we have the clerk and all of us here need quorum, we've got the meeting still.
I think we still want the meeting. Okay, so we're not adjourning, but I do have a motion to go into closed session, please. Thank you.
You have to identify the reasons you're going in camera.
Okay, we are going into closed session to receive advice that will be subject to solicitor-client privilege. But item EA 4.4 is complete. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We are now back in open session, and I'm just going to report that the committee has added a new item of business to discuss the upcoming meeting schedule and meeting processes. The committee went into closed session to obtain advice related to solicitor-client privilege, and we were discussing the appointment of the auditor as well as the process around over-contributions. We are now back in public session, and at this time, we're concluding business for today, and we are adjourned. Thank you.